on? Well, hopefully you've had a good day so far. And Jimmy! Hopefully you've had a good day so far. And hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. But only if you like and subscribe. I have it on good authority. A prerequisite in today's economy. So, I can't maintain a win rate of 100% against Zerg at this rate. But, much like the patches in the last few years, 90% will have to survive. Yes. We are on the correct channel, the Winterstarcraft channel, where we have Starcraft, and then you'll get the Brood War players like, actually Starcraft 2? Okay, I've been watching Brood War since it was on CD-ROM. It's like, alright, Grandpa. I'm not even sure you can install it. Well, I guess you can't. Not important. No, yes. I'll see how long the salt lasts. Now, I think I need to start prefacing the streams with Caster Winter and Streamer Winter are not two different people, but effectively might as well be. Alright, both enjoy similar things, but in such different ways.
Upgrade complete.
Can you beat Hearthstone in a fight if he only uses one arm? Which arm? No. But I think that is relevant, because as long as it's his left arm, I think he can still play Protoss as well. Oh, I need the mouse. Oh, wait, can I do the promotional tagging? On live streams? Yeah, we're doing that lately. They're offering a lot of money. All I have to do is not say this out loud and just do it instead. Wait, where's my... I have a... Yeah. No. Fuck. Not you. Get out of here. This is the Logitech G502 Lightspeed mouse. Alright, it's a wireless mouse, so you can throw it all the way across the room without potentially ruining your precious USB cords. Now, the mouse itself, you might argue, is more expensive. And that's true, and that's why you should buy it today. Is that good? Can we tag that? Alright. How many buttons you got? No, it's all natural, actually.
He's dead, Jim.
Isn't Hearthstone like 6'7"? Yeah, he's Dutch. "6'7" soaking wet. You see, Protoss players are usually taller because they don't need to play as fast, and that means they have a lot more distance between their brain and their hands. Why do you think like Showtime and Hearthstone very tall? Clem, obviously not as tall. Maru, like 5 foot tall. That's because their hands and their brain are close together, which is required to play the actual races. Zest, like 6'7" as well. All right, weird that. Harding. The Serral, Like 5-4. Okay, not quite, but still definitely no Hearthstone. Eatons? Are you one of them? Take a poll. You know, we should do the live polling that annoys people on YouTube's. Last time, we learned that almost a third of the people watching a StarCraft livestream actually played a ladder game this year, which was crazy to me. That was so high. Though I do feel it's some confirmation bias with, you know, the people who are willing to interact.
Enemy assaulting probes. More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
I am here in the shadows.
What the hell? I still don't know the answer to that question.
We are one with the shadows. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. Probes under attack.
Cyclone.
Must be placed in power field.
Big greedy, he'd only have one unit.
Warp there. New technology researched. Cannot warp there.
I always like hallucinating the Oracle because people will freak out. It makes me feel fancy, like I have a real strategy. And it's only marginally slower than a Phoenix, so. There's a Widowmine on the edge there. What are you doing with drilling claw? Fucking Widow. Alright. It's drilling claws. Disgusting.
I am here in the shadows. Research completed. Miracle. I am the voice of the eclipse. We are one with the shadows. Insufficient. I'm pylon under assault. Enemy assaulting probes.
Disgusting.
I serve. I am
I get charged.
You require my skill. There are crew. State thy bidding. You require my not enough minerals. We cold is the void. You require my skills. Upgrade completed. For the reckoning. I am. Mineral quantity research completed.
Is he going mech?
Mineral must construct additional pylons.
Yeah.
Additional pylons required.
I mean, not too surprising.
I am the heart. Cold is the void.
By your will.
State thy bidding must be placed. I am here in the shadows. Not, cannot. More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient.
I return to serve.
Mineral cluster. New technology researched.
Scouting immortal.
Mineral field depleted. Let our enemy Army. Mineral cluster.
By your
Upgrade completed.
highlight for hire.
Mineral field exhausted.
I return to serve.
Not enough minerals.
We stand
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field exhausted. New technology researched. More minerals required.
We embrace the glory of battle. Red justice.
State thy bidding. Cannot warp there.
I return. I like
Mineral quantity. Mineral.
assault data locked.
Very well. We are one with the shadow. I am here in shadows.
Upon us. We my life for iron.
No, not possible. Supply limit reached. I would.
Command.
Mineral field exhausted. Cannot warp there. Protoss forces now in combat. Cluster expended. I am here. Research.
Assault data locked.
Mineral field depleted. Stabilizer exhausted. You require my skill. Enemy Noah Fury. We are one with you.
I return.
Cannot warp there. Army upgraded.
We are focused.
Upgrade complete. No. Mineral cluster expended. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Cannot warp there.
Embrace the glory.
We,
Our mind.
I am
Our charge. Order.
the ESP geyser depleted.
Alright.
Field exhausted.
The only danger of mech is A moving into siege tanks. And actually, Archons, well, Archons against anything but Liberators and Ghosts. Dangerous, but and then switching, like, you can kill him on the ground. It's so hard to control two different types of units. Noob Terran, stop repeating yourself. That was not one, but there was a chance to throw there after losing the Colossi. Well, I threw the Colossi in because they feel like something. They always feel like a good idea, and then they die to a strong gust of wind. And but they feel like it feels like Colossi should be in the army. But I'm continually underwhelmed by them against everything. But I know, from the Terran side of things, Colossi very scary and intimidating. From the Protoss side of things, you're really hoping they don't wander into 3 Vikings. But, so, I think they're worth building at least a couple. Yeah. But don't worry, the queue time's giving you plenty of time to like and subscribe. Yeah, we'll see. Well, we found more Zergs. So when the patch first came out, it was almost all Zergs. Now, it's dropped off dramatically as Zergs realize that getting to Microbial Shroud, I say, proving myself wrong, but as good as Microbial Shroud might theoretically be, surviving to the point of actually using it is effectively impossible. I think that is what happened, is like, you see a surge of, including me, playing Zerg, like, huh, and then, oh. Let's see, I'm not sure you can wall off like this correctly. That heart of beating fetch needs to see the boat about a possible proxy. Have you heard of Cannon Rush? And just nobody likes probes in general. Sorry, probe. So rapid fire for warping in, yeah, looks real fancy. If somebody, I do have a guide on it somewhere on the YouTubes. Not actually that difficult to set up. So it is one of those, unless you know why you're using it, it's not really that helpful. I mean, for zealots and stalkers. I know most pros. Like, Raynor at one point had rapid fire for every button on his keyboard. Which, yeah. Which does, apparently typing on the keyboard, because of the repeat rate as well, just impossible. Not that I think Raynor is a big typist, but then... Typist. What does that mean? I don't know, just say it with confidence. You're on the internet, you can say whatever you want. Crazy how that works.
Probes under attack. Need more Vespene. Insufficient Vespene gas.
Get to the healing shrine. I don't think I'll make it. Wait, if I get a shield point.
Glory to the
Enemy assaulting probes.
Save me, healing shrine. No!
combat over. The firstborn shall persevere. Where shall we? Let your will.
Mineral cluster expended.
It shall be done. The Templar.
Field depleted.
We are one mind.
Mineral field exhausted.
Oracle perceiving. An Aerodine washable.
Field depleted. Cannot. Not enough. More minerals required.
Our windows. You seek guidance? We interpret. Na Zuktai.
Must construct additional pipelines.
How can I aid you? I
Research completed.
It is destined. Extrapolating strings. The enemy has discovered us.
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient. Additional pylons required. Must construct additional.
Our window is short. You seek
Firstborn shall persevere.
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient. Must be warped on Vespine Geyser. Nexus point under quantity insufficient. Protoss forces now in combat.
Give us your command. For the law.
Our fates are one. An Aerodine washable. Extrapolate.
You require my skills. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. Mineral quantity insufficient. Must construct additional pylons. Not enough. Mineral quantity. I am here in the shadows. New technology research. Additional Vespine.
Protoss point under enemy attack.
Wouldn't it be a shame if literally your entire early game until you get halfway through lair tech was countered by 2 oracles? Yeah, theoretically. Wouldn't it be a shame if you literally couldn't do any sort of cheese or attack without going completely all in because the oracle and energy recharge exists? Theoretically, of course. Crazy theory. If only someone could put it into practice. Absolutely just... My new... I'm more radicalized now. My new... I don't give a fuck if Cyril already wins everything, okay? Overlord speed now unlocks creep drop. Not lair. Overlord speed. Which technically you can get... It costs almost as much as a lair. But you can get it on hashtag. Alright.
Upgrade complete.
Thank you. That's my new. Let's actually rework Zerg early game a bit. You still have to have the overlords. You still have to get the upgrade. But you can get creep, therefore queens or some sort of anti-air. That is my new make Zerg have any options at all again. People use creep drop. They don't. 90% of the time, except for all-ins. Because it's lair tech, and honestly kind of effectively useless unless you have overlord speed. It's pretty much just early lair tech queen all-ins. So let's cut out the lair.
More minerals required.
Big game, the cheese toxicity. Yeah, those overlords just completely killing all our workers and making life so difficult. It's so hard to get anything done with those overlords harassing us. Oh wait, those are oracles. This early game unit that can just shut down so many. But then queen drops will become a thing again. And the queen costs more money and transfuse is worse than it was. What is this early pool? 12 pool? There's a hatch. Ah, there's the pool. Wow, what a guy.
Inadequate supply.
I made a huge mistake.
Insufficient energy.
It's fine. That's why I've started doing the pylon in the wall. Not because I think it's good in the later game, but because a significant percentage of Zergs. So this way you can wall off with 2 buildings instead of 3. Not like Hero does it with the lazy... Hero does the laziest version with the fucking pylon as part of it. I feel like it's because Hero just doesn't want to figure out where to put the... it almost feels like he just doesn't want to figure out where to put the fucking pylon. I'm not even joking about that. Like, why would you not do the better version where the pylon is more protected? I don't understand. You know what? That's Hero, though.
Additional pylons required.
Is he gonna hard wall for 1 adept?
Glory to the Daemon.
Holy shit. Nidus.
We serve with pride.
Yeah.
New technology researched.
Dimensional strings. Our window is short.
The shadows must be placed in power field.
Harmonized. You seek guidance? The stars align. I see. Oracle perceiving. Extrapolating strings.
Does he have like a proxy base or something?
An Aerodine Washagal.
Or is he just that poor?
The threads of fate. An omen. Let us begin.
Ah, here it is.
The firstborn shall persevere. Iron.
We interpret. Our window.
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
Our fates are one. The threads of fate lie
I assume it's a spire.
extrapolating strings. You seek guidance.
Hydra Den.
Let us begin.
Give us your command.
You seek guidance. And our window is short. An Aerodine Washagal. How can I aid you? The stars align.
Let your
Let us begin. Harmonized. An Aerodine Washagal.
On the way.
An omen.
glory to the Daemon.
The threads of fate lie.
Cry on!
Our window is short.
We serve.
Maybe lurkers eventually, but
You seek guidance?
Glorious combat is upon us.
Shadows. The skies await. Not enough. Here in the shadows. Research completed.
he's getting link speed now.
I see. It is destined.
It's a lurker den, right? Yeah.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Our window is. How can I aid? Let us be.
I am the voice.
You seek guidance?
State the
Mineral field exhausted.
I will comply.
Must construct.
Oracle perceives.
I am here in the shadows.
An omen.
Is the fault we?
You seek guidance?
Cannot warp there. More minerals required.
I am here in the shadows. For the state. You require my skills.
Must mineral field exhausted.
The threads of an omen. Let us
Insufficient Vespine gas. Vespine geyser required for warp. Additional pylons required.
an Aerodine. The threads of fate.
Zero effect. I'm in it. New inadequate supply.
Oracle perceives. I see.
Additional pylons required.
How can I aid you?
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
We interpret. Extrapolating strings. You seek guidance? Our fates are one. Our window is short. An omen. Dimensional strings attuned.
Cannot warp there.
Let's begin. It is destined. An Aerodine wash about. Oracle receiving. An omen. Stars roll.
Must construct mineral cluster expended. Depleted. Additional pylons required. Must construct additional pylons. Cannot warp the inadequate. Cannot warp there.
An Aerodine wash about.
Power overwhelming is complete. Mineral field exhausted.
Oracle perceiving.
Army upgraded.
An omen.
Is upon us.
I'm dumb. How did that even happen?
Pylons required.
Very well. I am the heart.
And how long has it been going on? Not that long. It'd be a shame if the first unit I build could shut down everything. Theoretically. I think people get scared of lurkers because, oh no, I need to like 20 lurkers is still not even necessarily enough to deal with a Mortal Archon. Like, you need so much in front to keep them from actually targeting them. Is there an Oracle ability you'd remove? Yes. Energy recharge. I don't know how he got it. I had an adept there, I thought. Maybe not. I don't know. If there was a way for a shield battery to do way more, oh my god. How long have you played SC2? What do you think energy recharge replaced? I'm more on the because nobody can fucking handle nerfs. All right. Creep drop. I mean, Overlord speed is renamed to adaptive. I don't know. Who gives a shit? Overlord speed is creep drop as well. Okay. Overlord speed now unlocks generate creep. Not lair. Overlord speed. Yes, Queen All-Ins will become more prevalent against Protoss. But I think, one, creep is fun. Creep is cool. Like, you might be like, well, it's so annoying to do. It's a fucking Overlord. If you can't deal with a tentacle balloon, then, like, I think historically and modernly, any sort of plays that involve, like, spreading creep in weird places are entertaining and actually give Zerg some sort of strategy that isn't get bullied for 8 minutes straight every game. Okay, like, that's the goal. And Overlords can't hurt you. Pro tip. Of course, they can facilitate things that hurt you, but that's kind of the point. Yeah, I think creep is cool, it's entertaining, and it would give Zerg actual options where they don't have it right now. We've nerfed the queen enough, okay? Like, next patch is going to be Larva Inject can be auto-cast, but queens no longer have an attack until there. Like, at the current rate. Because it's frustrating when my Oracle is the orange health after killing 4 drones. As you know. I hate this wall, and I don't think I did it right. And we're just gonna pretend it's fine. This is a hero wall. Alright. I got inspiration from Hero. And his lack of foresight. Rank 1 Protoss in the world, by the way. I think it works, actually. It's just ugly. Anyone else feel that? Make Zerg fun again. Winter, you're playing Protoss. Did I stutter? I don't need to. I'm playing Protoss.
Minerals required. Your dedication will be rewarded. Need more Vespene gas. Additional Vespene gas required.
The firstborn shall persevere. Where? Let your will be glory.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
We are one. Najakar, Mina. The Templar march.
So this is why Protoss, it's not even necessarily the energy recharge itself. It's, I can take this base, and what can he do about it? How does he stop me from taking a third base with 2 units? Trick question. Either he builds a bunch of Zerglings, and I kill them with the Oracle, or he doesn't, and nothing happens.
Our window is short.
That's the kind of the crux of it for me.
An Aerodine. How can I aid you?
Nexus point under enemy attack. New technology research.
I see. Nazutai. Let us begin.
Like, he can take that down.
Guidance.
The firstborn shall persevere.
The stars open.
Nexus point under enemy attack. Additional pylons required.
It is
And that slowed me down a bit.
Cannot warp there.
harmonized. Extrapolate.
But he just cannot pressure my third
We
at all. Best he could do is hope I'm out of position with the Oracles, which is not any agency. It's just hoping they fuck it up. Which, I mean, they're Protoss, so it's not a terrible bet.
Let us begin.
The firstborn shall.
Nazutai. You seek guidance? The threads of how can I you seek guidance?
Forward. It shall be done.
An Aerodine.
Come.
Let us begin.
We serve.
An omen.
Like I said.
Quantity insufficient.
I'm here in the shadows.
The threat.
Not.
I'm here in the shadows.
Required.
I'm here in the shadows.
Let us begin.
Mineral
short.
Must be placed. Not enough minerals.
Receive guidance. We need
Must be inadequate.
It'd be a shame if my first units just did whatever the fuck they wanted and then the Zerg died to the first. Make Zerg fun again. The only people playing SC2 are old people in winter? Yeah. Did you know the #1 Protoss player in the world is 33 years old and the #1 Terran is 23? Fun fact. I've just embraced my age. Make Zerg fun again. How do you stop that attack as Zerg? If you figure it out, please let me know. So it's not so much like that attack or this attack. It's that as Protoss, you get to pick your timings. Like, I could have gone earlier without Blink and force units, especially if I get some damage done with the Oracles. But if I don't get damage done with the Oracles, but I see he's expanding, then I can hit him with more Stalkers a little bit later. Like, so that way, maybe before the tech kicks in, as opposed to before any units. Like, I get to pick all of it. It's all my decision. If I fuck it up and flounder and, like, pick the wrong timing, okay, but the Zerg does not get to pick. At least not until they have actual lair tech, which is well into the game. Whereas Protoss gets to decide from the moment they start building an Oracle how the game is going to go. And that is the main... In my opinion, that is the core of the issue. Is that Protoss, from the first Oracle, gets to decide what direction the game is going. And Zerg is, yes, reactionary, but 100% reactionary. Not like 80%, not like most of the time, but like... Unless you want to go completely all in, 100% just sit back and try to figure out what they're doing. In that, it's not even necessarily imbalanced, but it feels bad. Because I, as a Protoss, could take a third base with literally 0 units. And know there's a very good chance I'll get away with it. Because they literally can't do anything about it without probably overcommitting to an all-in. Like last game, I had 0 units. But I took a third because what are you going to do about the Oracle? Literally nothing. Like, nothing can be done. You can't even walk Queen to cost. Like, one Oracle. It's like... When did this problem start? And it's been a problem pretty much forever. But energy recharge exacerbated it. Because now, one Oracle can do the job of multiple. Before, you'd run out of energy. Alright, you couldn't just have one Oracle on offense, one on defense, and be completely safe, because you would run out of energy. Like, it would take at least 3 to safely defend everything. But now, arguably, you can do the same thing you did with 3 Oracles with 1, even with only 50 energy plus, because that's another, that's almost like 40. You pretty much have enough time to turn on the Oracle and have it firing until the next energy recharge comes up. Like, it starts with 50 energy. You drain, I don't know, like 1.5 a second.
Quantity insufficient.
I am the
You get 50 more from the recharge. 45 seconds.
one you require. State thy bidding.
I'm putting my non-existent prize money. I'm not a good player, but I'm good enough to lose to good players. And I'm telling you, as someone who would love to play Zerg and not hate myself, it's not even that Zerg can't win. It's the way they have to play in order to get past a certain phase of the game, just to be alive, like just to survive, all right, just to clock in for the rest of the game.
Executor.
It just does not feel Zerg. At the very least, it doesn't feel Zergy. All right, Zerg should not be the, I hope I don't get poked too many times that I can't defend against a basic attack because I have to choose between economy and a few units. All right.
I am the voice.
Research completed.
You require my skill.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
What is this mess?
Must be clear. Must construct again.
The Academy of DAWs. Gets it turned on me. So, the NG Bay block into the Hellion run by. I needed to not miss the force field. I missed the force field. Holy shit, migrate workers from your main, so that way they could die to the Hellions at the third. So what's supposed to happen is I force field the ramp, and the third base is vulnerable, but at least I defend, because 70% of the time it's Hellions. The other 30% it's some like drop or something. If I transfer workers, they die to the Hellions. If I don't hit the force field, they also die to the Hellions. So that wasn't great. But you forgot an H in Heathens? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah. Right now, so my feeling is Protoss versus Terran is a lot closer than it was. Protoss had the edge most of the time. The thing is, it's still about who does the best 6-minute all-in. Alright? The dynamic did not change. It just made it a little harder for Protoss to get that insurmountable lead.
More minerals.
Whereas Protoss versus Zerg also didn't change in that Zerg just gets bullied the whole game. What kind of timing attacks do you like Zerg to have? Gestures at any. Right now, you have like a Hydra Link Bane timing. Maybe. And that really depends on how much damage the early units do.
Must construct additional
You can make it work. Like, the window's a little larger than it was, but... Mutas are bait. Again, because oracles can just scout your entire base reliably. So that was a drown. He drone scouted. Is he gonna hatch block? Gonna make sure that doesn't happen. Okay. It was a risk, though. Ah, there, the Zerg. Okay. Well, that's one. So, that's how you win a Zerg. 12 pool, blindly, on a 3-player map. And I scouted the wrong way. That's why Protoss have historically not liked larger map or multiplayer maps. I should have scouted off a pylon. That was my bad. But Zerg picks up the win. There you go. That's how you beat oracles. You gotta scout at... Never. Fuck that shit. Alright? If you don't scout off a pylon at the very least, you just can lose to that. Because I have no units, he's about to kill my pylon. So, like, I could have pulled probes, but my pylon will be dead by the time I get down the ramp. And, I lose most of my probes, even if I kill the lings. So. There's no coming back from that. Proving Zerg unbeatable. Of my 4 losses in like 30 games against Zerg, one of the others at least, and why I was reacting so strongly, was a proxy hatch. Like right at my ramp. That was surprisingly difficult, even though I was ready to deal with it the whole time. I forget the other 2. In fact, I can recount them individually at all. No, pool first doesn't bully toss. Pool first on a 3-player map, on the other hand, is... The thing is, if I scout it, he's even worse off, though. So, like, I don't think pool first is the answer, but it has a better chance of being... So here's the thing. He went pool first. If it fails, he's way behind. Like, if he doesn't get through the wall, or I have a zealot already. So, you are gambling almost everything on literally the first thing you can do. That is why it feels so bad to try to play anything but all-ins as Zerg. I mean, it feels bad to all-in, rather. At least in my opinion. Alright, I'm a bit of a macro player myself, despite the name.
Glory to the Daemon. Najakar Mina.
Probes under attack.
Combat the first.
Insufficient energy. Not enough energy.
Yes, we
Is that
serve
real?
with
No.
pride. Where let your will be heard.
Pylon under assault.
Leaden. Iron.
Maybe?
Dimensional strings attuned.
No.
Iron.
How can our windows? Let us begin.
Wait. It's
You
finished.
seek guidance?
Insufficient energy. New technology researched.
An omen. The stars, an Eridine Rashagal. Extrapolating strings.
Glory to the Daemon.
Home.
Give us your. Give us your.
Our window is short. Oracle perceiving.
Pylon under assault.
The Templar. I have met the enemy.
I see. It is destined.
Najakar.
An omen.
Glorious combat upon us.
Our fates are one. The threads of fate lie bare. Please interpret. You seek guidance. How can I aid you? Let us begin. An omen.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Our window is short. You seek guidance?
Not.
I am here in the shadows.
Cannot warp there.
The threads of fate lie bare.
More. Cannot warp there. Inadequate.
Nazutak. The threads of fate lie bare.
Mineral quantity. Enemy assaulting probes. Not enough energy.
The enemy has discovered us. Sunrised. The stars align. Extrapolating string. Our window. An Eridine.
In mineral field exhausted.
How can I aid?
Research completed. Additional pylons must be placed in power field. More cannot warp there.
An omen.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
I see.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
Let us.
Need more Vespine gas.
I am here in the shadows.
Too many. Ah, fuck. I underestimated how many probes I killed. Yeah, I could have just sat back. I still had the oracles too. With some real fancy micro. Make Zerg fun again. I don't play barcodes. Especially not starter portrait Protoss barcodes. The most disgusting. Yeah, forge first. I mean, you can almost preempt it. Has anyone seen? Yeah, I like how so far the only reference I have of Dark Swarm, I'm sorry, Microbial Shroud actually working is when Cyril played one Terran guy who was 1500 MMR lower than him on stream, and it was part of him taking 25 minutes to actually kill him, and was clearly just him testing it out. That is the only time I've seen someone use it and still win the game. But it's like playing against this one rando on the ladder, he probably made it take a little bit longer to actually win despite having twice as many bases when he... Microbial Shroud. If it stayed as 75 energy and no upgrade, then yes, I could see it being used. But infestors can't eat Zerglings to get more energy. That's the main issue. And fungal is already by far the most important thing.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
What do you think about PvP balance? I try not to.
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
Thank you, Monte Cristo.
My kid's favorite channel.
Oh, kids at heart. Besides Terrans, they were never kids. Alright, they grew up managing their father's shoe shining business. That's an insult, by the way. That was derogatory, to be clear. So that's not a wall. It's a hero wall. Again, I'm getting real good at them.
Must be placed in a power field.
to the Daemon. Yes, Executor. Let none be. The firstborn shall persevere.
What the fuck is this?
It shall be done. Come, let your
It's a nidus, I think.
Dimensional strength attuned. How can I aid you?
Not enough energy.
Let us begin. You seek guidance? We interpret. Nas in time. It is destined. Oracle proceeding. The stars align. Our fates are one.
You require my skills. I'm here in the shadows.
Oh, it's a spire. Yeah.
Our window is short. An omen. I see the threads of fate lie bare. An Eridine wash agone.
Teleport successful.
You seek gut. An Eridine wash agone.
Where shall we march?
Cannot work there.
Extract.
Insufficient energy.
The threads of fate lie bare. Not
The skies cannot work. Siravek, cry on.
extrapol. How can I aid you?
Must be placed.
Glorious combat is upon us. The firstborn shall.
You seek guidance?
Insufficient Vespine gas.
An omen.
Additional Vespine gas required.
Let our enemy know.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
The firstborn shall persevere.
The skies
Glory to the day.
depleted.
An Eridine.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Teleport success.
An omen.
Teleport success.
Unfortunately, every single build starts with the potential counter to Spire. So making the Spire any quicker is not going to counteract the fact that I have a Stargate from the start of the game. That was a quick not force field. How was that quick? This is his worker count. This is his army value. He never had more workers, which is normal, but is Zerg good at anything? Well, Cyril, like and subscribe if Cyril.
Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required.
I think that's the right spot. We'll see.
Must construct additional pylons.
Not perfect, but it's a wall technically. Oh, it will be. 2. Man, I'm still gonna get the second gate pretty early, but earlier hatch. I forgot I made that the sound. Thank you. The membership sound.
Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals.
The firstborn shall persevere.
I got a new
Not
cheese.
minerals.
Just gonna have to see what it is.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
It. Where shall we march?
There again?
Let your will be glory to the day.
Hmm.
We serve.
Probes under attack.
Well, what flavor this time?
Upgrade complete.
More minerals required. Not enough minerals.
Oracle proceeding.
Najakar Mina.
The threat threads of fate lie bare. Harmonized, we meet our fate.
Is he just going for it again? Yeah.
Laws of time.
Okay.
Research completed.
He's gonna go for round 2.
Strings attuned.
Cannot warp there.
Extrapolating strings. Our window is short.
Teleport successful.
Our fates are one. How can I aid? An omen. Let us begin. The stars align. An air.
Teleport successful. Cannot warp there.
The threat you seek guidance?
Glory to the Daylom.
The sky. Additional pylons. Teleport successful.
I am here in the shadow.
It is destined.
Where do
An omen.
cannot warp? The skies teleport successful.
Glory to the Daylom. Combat over.
Teleport successful. Inadequate supply. Pylons insufficient.
Let us begin.
Mineral quantity must be placed. Additional pylon. Teleport successful.
An omen.
More minerals required.
Where shall we go?
I am eager to.
The first
Probably gonna
born
switch into like lurkers or something now. No. He's committed.
Time for battle.
I am the voice of
The skies exhausted.
We serve with pride. The first
Teleport successful. Insufficient. Cannot warp there. Alan Volkov. Teleport successful.
The threads of fate lie bare. Extrapolating strings. Stars align. Laws of
Additional Vespine gas. Teleport successful. Vespine gas. I stalk through the stars. Zerobek.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Teleport successful. Understood. New technology researched. Mineral field depleted. Nexus under attack. Teleport successful. In the ways of justice, cannot warp there. Siravek,
Glory to the Daemon.
I will comply. Understood. I am
An omen. The threads of fate you seek guide.
time to battle. Cannot warp there.
An Eridine Washagar.
Warp field online. The skies.
The enemy has discovered us.
I am eager to strike. Successful. Mineral field depleted. Teleport successful. For honor. For the ways of justice. I will comply. Love. Cannot. Time for battle. Where do I? The skies. Teleport successful. I stalk you. Teleport successful. Warfield online. I am eager to strike.
Glory to the Daemon.
Make Zerg fun again. He tried to have fun. Unfortunately, every one of my units is better. Why did he leave? This is the worker count. The Protoss is in red. That was kind of working? No. So, a Corruptor costs as much as a Phoenix. And the Phoenix can kill your workers. Commentary has done a lot to get me back into enjoying SC2 content, which I used to love. Hope this bit. Thank you. Glad you enjoy. Resume. Thank you very much. I think I pronounced it correctly. Alright. I'm a wordologist. Holding up a third? He had 2 bases, so holding me off a third or a fourth is not exactly a winning position. It's a I'm not dead yet position. Unfortunately, that's not good enough. Does Z balance actually matter below Masters? Does one race being... What?
Hey Winter, did you end up looking into the box jam slam?
It looks interesting. But, I'm not committing to anything like that. Alright. I've never been able to play games, like fighting games or similar sort, for more than, like, a few hours at a time. I feel like I need to commit. Also, interact with other people. Disgusting. 700 viewers on YouTube, is that normal? Usually we get more on the second channel. But half of them are like, Winter, when bar? So, you know what, to be fair, there's not much Starcraft content aside from me complaining on stream, so maybe we should have a separate.
Not enough minerals.
I'm just checking to see how many. Sometimes players will save up larva right as the pool finishes to get the cheeky like 6 lings out. And that is one of the things that can actually get some damage done if you're not paying attention. But he only had 1 larva, so a max of 2 lings right off the bat. I don't do the little mineral micro flirting thing because if you mess up your build even a little bit, it's completely not worth it, even if it makes you feel pro. And I'm realistic about my capabilities, so. Oh no, I went to the wrong side. What?
Enemy assaulting probes.
Ire shall be reclaimed. Combat awaits. Yes,
Ah,
executive.
fuck it. How'd it go?
Forward. Give us your command. It shall be done. Najakar enough. The firstborn shall persevere. We serve with pride.
Skill issue. He picked the wrong race. Big misclick.
Oracle receiving. You seek guiding? The brands of fate lie bare.
Nexus point under enemy attack.
I see. Our fates are one. Our window is short.
The fact that I can hold it off with 1 oracle.
How can I aid you?
And then we still have enough energy to come across the map and kill drones. Like,
Technology researched.
Harmonized. Nazi time. Extrapolating strings.
I just defended and attacked and scouted all with 1 unit that he cannot hit.
Begin. Dimensional strings attuned.
Cannot warp there.
While expanding quicker.
You seek
Our
guidance.
oracle's the problem, energy recharge is the problem.
It is destined.
What is this?
Extrapolating strings.
Oh, I could have gotten so much damage.
Harmonized. It is
Is he
destined.
doing a... The fuck is this?
I see.
He doesn't have any tech.
Our faith.
Hmm.
We need our fly there.
Ah, I see. This is something. I like it.
Born shall persevere.
It's definitely original.
You seek guiding and omen. The thread letters. Harmonized. And a wind,
That's pretty sick.
an omen.
Unfortunately, he's all in his Zerg, which means just recall back. Just recall back to your base.
The threads of
Huh.
fate. An omen.
You know? He's got something.
Glory to the Daylong.
It's something here. The main base is in a lot of trouble as well.
It is destined. The threads of
And he killed my Stargate,
let us begin.
which means a Spire wouldn't be a terrible switch.
Nods is time.
Yeah.
You seek guidance? Extrapolating strings. Our fates are one. How can I
We're just gonna try to go with the standard. Just pretend like nothing happened.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Glorious combat is upon us.
Justice be. More minerals required.
you seek guidance and omen?
Not enough minerals.
An Eridine Rashagal. Let us begin. The thread of Windows. An Eridine. The threads of fate lie bare.
You think he's going Spire now? We're just gonna walk across the map. I know he still has that drop back there, but
Quantity insufficient.
An omen.
Hydras were a good choice.
How can I aid?
Let our enemy know I am here in the shadows.
Cannot warp there.
I see.
Acquire my skills.
Cannot warp there.
I don't have Blink done. He might have it. There you go. See? Zerg OP. That's well played. I did not expect the clean drop. And he also macroed it out well. Yeah. You get a rematch. I do like it though. I saw the lair and I'm like, what tech is it? And then the Overlord drops came in. Like, well played.
Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient.
I gotta restart the game after this. I think I've had it open for multiple days now. It's starting to chug a bit. It's literally like, it's not even like a memory leak. It's just sometimes you just need to chill for a bit. You see, that was some fun Zerg. How do I even defend that though? Well, I didn't scout it. So, need to not panic. Get batteries in each base. He is so all in with that. Like, if I shut it down on the first wave, it worked. But that is a incredible commitment.
Not enough.
Let me do it again. He might if like, no, but that was well executed. It wasn't just like a this is my build. It was a, I think this has a shot here. And also my greedy pylon placements. I usually put this pylon here in the main because it covers all the space. And I can build buildings and it's not too hard for me on my controller. But instead, putting a pylon where you can maybe have some defenses would probably be better. So alright. That's a good sign.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
The firstborn shall fire shall be. Najakar Mina.
Yeah, it's definitely cool.
We serve with pride. Combat awaits. Barzala. Yes, let your will be. The firstborn shall persevere. We serve with pride. Yes, executor. To glory. Give us your command. Combat. Where shall we march? Forward. We serve with pride.
Oracle proceeding. The threads of fate.
Not enough minerals.
Let your will.
An omen. You seek an Erodine Rashagal. Let us. Our window is short. I see the enemy has discovered us.
Baneling!
Perceiving. The threat. An omen.
Under attack.
By Jove! He got me again! Alright. The counters mostly involve kill them before they can do too much with the oracles, but still, it works.
oracle.
Oh, how close is my adept? So he did a good job. He sold me with the third base. Was part of it. I'm like, all right. So it could be a lot of lings, but how close was my adept? So what do you do if you see it? You keep the oracles at home. Well, I probably wouldn't have known whether it was a roach one or a baneling nest, but you just keep the oracles at home. Oh yeah, I gotta restart. That's it. If you have 2 oracles and a hard wall, then that's the defense. Like I said, I didn't think he was tied to that first build. I thought it was tailored to the situation. And he came out with another one. Well played. My win rate plummeting. I'm barely over 80% now. Give me him again. I shouldn't have restarted, but I could really feel the game chugging, though. Missed my opportunity, I think. Now I have to play PvP.
More minerals required.
Last time I hit you with Swarm Host, I'm not very scared of Swarm Host. I mean, it was still the entire build based around making sure you get damage done before they can get anywhere past oracles. Like, they can't get to Blank, Storm, all those fancy things. Just limiting it as much as possible.
Not enough minerals. Probes under attack.
He's building a zealot in order to stop me from blocking his base. Stargate. Okay.
Must be placed in power field. Enemy assaulting probes.
Awkward.
You require. Cold, state the I am the heart, I am the voice. We are one. You require my skills. State thy bidding. You require my skills.
New technology researched.
All right.
We are one. State thy bidding.
Not enough energy. Need more. Not enough energy.
I am here in the shadows. I am here in the shadows. Let our enemy
Mineral additional Vespine gas required.
The fuck is this mess?
I am. We are one with
The most, well, thought out Protoss versus Protoss.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
I am here in the shadow.
Research completed.
I am the
Not enough
we are
Does he have a third, or was he just chilling? Unclear.
quantity.
I sir, I am here in the shadows. Very I am the voice. You require my skills. I am the heart of darkness. You we are one with the shadows. We are unseen. For the rest, I am the voice of retreat. I am here in the shadows. We are one. Cold is the void.
This is a mess.
I am the heart. State thy bidding. Very wise. You
Cannot walk there.
I am here in the shadows.
Insufficient Vespine gas. More. Mineral quantity insufficient.
We are
Need more Vespine gas. Cannot warp there.
New technology. Must construct additional pylons. I am
Good idea, actually.
there. Cannot walk there. Priority. Glory of battle. Assault data block. Upgrade completed. Assault data. Cannot. Pylon under assault. I return to serve. And time.
Plus 0. Of a huge upgrade advantage.
Protoss forces now in combat. Pylon under assault. To serve. More assault data. Mineral quantity insufficient. Pylons under assault. Cannot walk there. Insufficient energy. Let our enemy hear. Additional pylons required.
New subscriber detected.
Additional pylons required. Mineral field depleted.
He's trying for DTs. Right? Yep. This would have actually done a lot of damage, but not enough. It's the last gasp. It was the upgrade and the position. So when you have a cannon, I should have stayed in the replay. When you have a cannon that technically has surface area but is choked off, that's perfect for charge lots. Like, instead of completely walling off the cannon, you want to just leave this little funnel, because they will all try to attack that tiny little space. So it makes it, I'd rather have one cannon like jammed into that corner than 3 cannons against those charge lots. And then usually I like to use gateways to wall it off. And a lot of the time they live, and then I have more gates, because they cost the same as cannons, which is not. Alright, and cannons are not supposed to defend themselves. They're just supposed to buy a lot of time until you can bring, you know, units. Best way to improve APM? Play more games and not worry about improving APM. Play more games with the focus being getting at least 3 to 4 bases. Not just rushing it, but instead of picking your timing on 1 base or 2. Microing units is a tiny fraction of APM in most cases, especially the first few hundred. Just playing the game and building units efficiently in a timely fashion is like 200 APM, even for Protoss. Though it might be a bit less there. Like, we're not talking well, we're talking near perfect build with no pressure otherwise. And of course, checking out the low APM challenge, which, you know, isn't exactly the answer to it, but like and subscribe. I love you. Just clip that and play it back out of context if you like. Like and subscribe. How come you never cast professional games? Good question.
Not enough minerals.
Is there more updated low APM challenge? There is not. There's a couple from semi-recent, but honestly, guides don't really get the interest anymore. Gotta make a decision on whether it's a guide or just entertainment. Because over 75% of players or viewers are not touching the ladder. And then you divide that into the 3 races, 50% Terran, 50% inferior. That's actually how the low leagues are for the most part. And it dilutes it even more. What? You can't do that. No, that's an illegal build. Does he know something I don't? Alright, you're not allowed to do that, right? Pretty sure that that's an illegal build. I'm gonna find out though.
The firstborn shall persevere.
It came out on the wrong side.
Additional Vespine gas required.
Give us your command. We serve with pride. Where shall we march?
Cannot warp there.
Come back for yes, Executor. Let's
Got a hard wall into Stargate? Oh, with cannons. Alright, cool, cool, cool.
Naja come.
Interesting.
Let your will be heard.
Research completed. More minerals required.
Glory to the Daemon.
Return to serve. Insufficient energy. Supplying pylons inefficient.
Glory to the Daemon.
Additional pylons required.
Turned out to be an illegal build. Yeah, I thought about just 4-gate, but that seemed too obvious, so we threw the Warp Prism in for some extra dimensional bullshit. And there you go. Yeah. Do we need more PvP? Not in love with it, Blazer. For his bottom percentile, how is that build illegal? He went 1-gate expand, or he went Nexus first, actually. And then 1-gate. Which, pretty much if you don't go 2-gate, you have to do like a very particular... Now, you might get away with it at the lower levels, but close to the top, most players recognize that having 2 or 3 more units is the winning move. Yeah, like, you can maybe go 1-gate expand on a map with a ramp, because you can recharge a sentry or just use the high ground against early pushes, but Nexus first is a bridge way too far. And then he went Forge to build cannons, but you can just build a prism and go around it. There's so many ways to circumvent cannons existing. You just can't do that. It's pretty well accepted that 2-gate versus 2-gate most of the time, with the occasional random proxy and every once in a while actually trying to expand. Usually you just fake the expand and then all in anyways. That's a Protoss.
Attention, citizens. Please turn instruction 13 to the center. Thank you.
There he is. All right, welcome back. This game will put him ahead of me in MMR. If he's able to pull it off. I mean, we gotta be quick on the scout. I mean, is scouting it really matter? Just blind 3 oracles, I think. Which is really not that crazy. That's what we used to do before energy recharge made us complacent. This is the guy who's pulled off 2 well-executed all-ins. The Queen drop and the Bane bust.
Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required.
March 1st.
Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals.
And also exploiting the vulnerability. I think we'll build the second gate in front of it. I think I can set that up.
Enemy assaulting probes. Probes under attack. Enemy assaulting probes.
Shit. Nope.
Give us your command. Give us your command.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
We are of one mind. The firstborn shall persevere.
That is a very low worker count.
Najakar. Combat awaits. The Templar. Where shall we march? Where higher? Come,
Very nice.
shall we march?
Proceed. How can I aid you?
Not enough minerals.
The first
More minerals required. Enemy assaulting probes.
So we get to test it. There's enough time to actually keep firing the Oracle literally indefinitely. How cool is that? Before, like, one energy recharge, you can keep shooting, and then it comes off cooldown before the next one.
Additional pylons required.
It still did way more than it ever should have, but
An Aerodine Rashagar.
Yes,
we got our fucking quarantine system here.
Oracle perceiving. The stars, you seek guidance? Harmonized.
Must construct additional pylons. Cannot warp.
glory to the day.
Cannot warp there.
A moment.
Ire,
Let us begin.
let your will be heard.
Our window is shut.
Serve with pride.
The threads of fate lie.
Let me in.
Give us your command.
You seek guidance?
Give us your command.
Bane speed? Okay, we just keep building
Meet our fate.
oracles then.
Glory to the Daemon.
It is destiny. Let an Aerodine wash upon. And
The first
Oracle perceiving.
We might go like Bane drop or something.
Our window is shut. You seek guidance? How can I aid you? Dimensional strings attuned. Extrapolating strings. Nazu Tai. Stars below.
Upgrade complete. Cannot.
I see.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Cannot warp there.
The threads and Aerodine. Let us
Upgraded.
harmonize.
More minerals required.
The firstborn.
Our window, you seek guidance? The enemy has discovered us.
Mineral field depleted.
Give us
Must be clear.
glory to the Daemon.
Some regrets. We'll see if they're enough though.
Nexus point under launch attack.
keep warping it and blocking my adepts. Fucking genius.
Let your will be.
I think he's got me again. What a play. Why didn't we just go blink? Like a normie. He's got me getting all creative and shit. What a mistake.
Access point under enemy attack. Mineral quantity insufficient.
The firstborn shall persevere. Where shall we march?
That wall off. Yeah. Crushing me. There you go. Is Zerg fun now? Well, if I hadn't let the fucking Zerglings in my base, maybe... But you have to account for even the rank 1 Protoss in the world losing multiple oracles to corrosive bile when you balance Protoss. This is an important concern. So, that's just me playing the correct way. To, you know, embody Protoss. Maybe he's got a point with how he was.
Required.
That guy is responsible for almost 50% of my losses to Zerg this season. What a god.
Not enough.
I want to play him more. Starting to learn. Like, now, nothing there really gives me any hope for Zerg's past, like, you know, all-in timings. But at least he has several all-in timings, which is more than most. It's like, Winter, you keep moving the goalposts. Well, I thought the goalposts were, you know, not having to all-in every game to have a chance, but, like... The goalposts were actually... Zerg won a lot of tournaments, like, in 2017, so therefore, they should suffer today with no other circumstances being considered. Those are the goalposts. I neglected to consider that.
More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required.
You're Zerglet on a tournament to Cyril. No, both. I think that was actually the Rogue one. Was it after that? I don't know. There was a time when Rogue won and he's like, yeah, Zerg's Imba. This was before the infested Terran was removed, a very key point. Like, and I think there's a big argument there. Back when anybody who wasn't Finnish could play the late game without suffering. By just waving their beach balls around. Somewhat ironic that the best unit in Zerg versus Protoss was a Terran unit, but I digress.
We serve. Let your will be heard. Where shall we march? Ire shall be reclaimed. Forward! It shall be. We serve with pride.
Proceed. How can I aid you? An omen.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
An AOD. Let us begin. I think you seek guidance? Our window is short. Dimensional strings attuned. The stars align.
Research completed.
Did you know that oracles beat queens 1v1? That's a fun fact, isn't it? It's just usually they have something, another queen comes in by the time they get across, but
Additional pylons.
that's why you don't usually see exactly that, but
Threads of fate lie bare.
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
How can I aid you?
Glorious combat is upon us.
I see. Our window is short.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Extrapolating strings. The stars align. It is destined. Nas of time. We interpret our fate and only let us. You seek.
I am here in the shadows.
Harmonized.
Ire, combat.
The threads of.
More minerals required.
Puck and Aerodine Washagal. Our window is.
I am here in the shadows.
keeping them honest.
Let us.
Not enough energy. I'm under attack. Pylon under assault.
Maybe I didn't think this through entirely. But it was funny though. And we know he's going roaches for sure, so. I didn't realize I still had so many adepts in there.
Under assault. Cannot warp there. I am here in the shadows. Real cold is the void. I am here in the shadows.
Our window is short. I see. Extrapolate.
Mineral cluster expanded.
An Aerodine Washagal.
Data block. Additional probes. Attack. I am here in the shadows. Pylon under assault.
How can I aid?
Cannot warp research.
Let us begin.
Ow.
Cannot warp there.
That's what I'm at.
Mineral clusters.
Oh.
An aerodeme.
I am the state that
We embrace Vespine gas. Assault state of thought. We embrace our return to serve. Additional Vespine gas required.
God is the void.
Our nature is unending.
The threads of
Assault data. Mineral cluster expended.
we interpret. The stars are
Protoss forces additional in combat. Nexus point under enemy attack. Our return to serve.
an aerodeme washes.
Cannot warp there. Mineral field exhausted. Justice.
You seek
I
guidance.
return to serve. My life for hire. Must be placed. My life for hire. Mineral field depleted. We embrace the glory of battle. Insufficient Vespine gas. Assault. We embrace the glory of battle. More upgrade. I return to my life for not enough minerals. We are the blades of iron. Mineral quantity. I return to serve.
I'm here in the shadows.
Assault. We embrace the glory of battle. Assault. Data up more mineral. Highlight. Mineral cluster expended. I return to serve.
How did that happen? I don't know. I don't care.
Inadequate supply. Pylons. We embrace not battles. Command me. Enemy assaulted. Must construct. Pylons. Enemy attack cannot warp there. Assault. Mineral cluster.
Yeah, that's the whole part about the conversation about Storm. It's like, well, it doesn't do as much damage, so just move away. Yeah, what about the other 7 storms?
Mineral field exhausted.
Do those do no damage?
Return to serve.
Like, in the unit tester, you can be like, look, it barely does anything. And then you walk into another, and another, and another. It was a bit dangerous. I decided to try to go without the storm for a bit. And yes, hydras and roaches will overwhelm stalkers pretty easy. But storms do not stick. But so pretty much you're either in the storm taking the damage from it or not. Is how it works. So storms on top of each other will do the same damage, but as you walk through the storms, you're still taking the same level of damage per second. Well, here's the reason why Zerg has to all in. Because I can do all of that with 15 more workers. If he ever stops attacking, then I start sending like 15 charge lots in every direction. And I still have a very strong army back at home. That's only getting stronger as my Templar build up energy. So, like, if he waits, then I have 10 storms instead of 3.
Upgrade complete.
Thank you.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Yeah, many of the tests about Storm also ignore the fact that when you A-move, units don't care if they're getting stormed. Like, you can move away, but if you attack move, they will walk right back through it. And Zerg is not known for long-range options. So yeah, we've lost to Zerg today, and every single loss was before Storm. Actively, very much so. From 12 pool to Baneling Bust to Baneling Bust again to Queen Drum. So, play a little bit less greedy. The second Bane Bust didn't kill me, it just threw me off enough. So here's the problem, is the new Storm is actually, in my opinion, worse against Terran. Not that Protoss needs a ton of help there, despite what you might see Clem playing, but it's better against Zerg. Because Zerg does not have medevacs, nor does it have guns, nor does it focus on range damage. Ah, shit. So, the weaker Storm makes it easier to negate it as Terran, and it makes it harder to attack an already difficult position as Zerg. At some point, well, my suggestion at this point is actually do the damage counters versus race. Alright. +5 versus Zerg, +10 versus Protoss, like... Not just +10 versus shields, but... Three Rags Reaper. What did I need to do better? So if you go Nexus before Cybercore, you're gonna have a bad time. I didn't scout quick enough, And I want Nexus before Cybercore. That delays the Cyber by like 10-15 seconds. That's 10-15 seconds more of Reaper action. And it spirals. I needed to scout earlier. Or Reaper wall blindly. I don't like Reaper walling, but... Honestly, so many losses of Protoss could be solved by just planning slightly ahead. Which, you know, that's why Protoss is not winning everything. You can't cover everything. If you go Reaper wall and they do like a proxy siege tank or just a siege tank push, it might be used against you. So, it's not necessarily the be-all end-all. It depends on like what you want to defend with what you're doing. And why you're putting things in certain places. Or, alternatively, your hero.
More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Additional.
But that was, yeah. I'm honestly, I'm not happy to lose like that, but at least it's over quick. Like, if it's just gonna go the wrong direction, let's have it go that way quickly. Instead of drawing it out. That's another reason why... Let's bring it back. That's another reason why I don't like playing Zerg. Because you can not die. But at no point does it feel like you're going to be able to turn it around and turn it into a win. You could just not lose for a while. Because queens are pretty good at keeping you from outright dying. But once you go off the creep... Yeah, we're back to make Zerg fun again. Zerg just have a very long death animation, indeed. Actually, Terrans probably have the longest, but that's only because they refuse to leave, usually. But when I'm down, like when it's 3 bases to 3 against Protoss, who already has Storm, and I'm on Hydras with no Infestation Pit, it's like... I shouldn't leave. We gotta sit here and wait until he gets 10 Tempests and a Mothership until I'm allowed to leave. Alright? And then I'll be like, why didn't you get Corruptors?
Probes under attack.
Glory to the Daemon.
Enemy assaulting probes.
We are one mind. We serve with pride. Yes, Executor? Give us your command. Combat. Let your will. Combat awaits. The firstborn shall persevere. We are of one mind. Glory.
Still got 2 kills.
It's about time.
And full scout of the main to know he doesn't have like a roach worm.
Dimensional strings attuned.
Not enough minerals.
It is time.
Not
An omen.
More minerals required.
You seek guidance? Extrapolating strings. Reinterpret. I see. Let us begin. Aura. Nod. Our window is short. An arrow team lost a guard. Our fate, the threads of fate. How can I aid you? Harmonized. The stars align. Extrapolating strength.
I'm here in the shadows.
Nexus point under enemy attack.
You seek guidance?
I'm here.
Let us
Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals.
How can I aid you? Extrapolating strings. I see. Harmony. The threads of fate lie bare. It is destined.
Must complete.
I'm here.
The enemy has discovered us.
Inadequate supply.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Cannot work there.
An Aerodine. Our window is short.
Mineral quantity insufficient. More.
I am here in the shadows.
You seek guidance?
Must construct additional pylons.
Our window. The threads. Let it go. How can
Inadequate mineral field exhausted. Cannot work there.
So some blood.
Cold is the void. You require assault data block.
This is so late because of that one lang.
I am the voice of the I am the
I couldn't manage to build.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral cluster.
assault data block.
Cannot work there.
Additional Vespine gas cannot warp there. We are. I am the heart of darkness. Cannot warp there. I am the. I return. I return to serve. You require. Cannot. I am the heart. Must be placed in cannot warp there.
Interesting.
Expended. Enemy assaulting probes. We are the twilight for hire. We upgrade completed. I am the not enough minerals. Twilight for hire. We are mineral field. We embrace the glory of that mineral quantity insufficient must be placed. Twilight for hire. Cannot warp. Assault data. Need more Nexus point under enemy attack. Pylon under assault. Additional. Twilight for hire. The mercy is gone. Nexus point under enemy attack. Not enough energy. Expended. We shall stand. Not enough mineral. Glory of battle. Mineral field cannot warp there. We are focused. All our mineral field. I am the voice of the Eclipse.
Where did my mothership go?
My child. We are weak.
It's not alive. It must have died in the fight while I wasn't looking, which is not great.
Against the dark. You require. I return to serve.
That does not bode well.
Pylon under cluster expended. Upgrade inadequate. Nexus point under enemy. Desert exhausted. Mineral exhausted.
So now he has corruptors. What are you gonna do with those? Ah, Broodlord. That's cute. And then I make Tempest again, and he has no anti-air. Well, he got kind of close. But then eventually I A-moved with... So it's like, oh no, my Templar have no storm. I guess I'll build these shitty Archons. Archons. Can you believe we have such terrible units? It's just like when Infestors run out of energy. I'd rather just sit there and do nothing. Alright, merge into Archons. Like High Templar, sure, they cost the same amount of gas as an Infestor, but Infestors just get to sit around and do fucking nothing. Alright? Whereas I have to merge into Archons. How am I supposed to micro them? Look at how large they are. Your mother could fit up a Rambat in them. Archon. What a waste. Do you think the observer change is a buff or a nerf? I think it doesn't matter at all. And actually, in most cases, it's a little bit of a buff. Kind of a red herring of like, look, Protoss got nerfed, but now the observer has the most vision of any unit in the game by a large margin, which is actually very helpful against lurkers. Not so much against most other compositions, but lurkers are by far the biggest struggle to keep detection, even with oracles. And now having a 15 vision range observer, that is significantly longer than the max range of a lurker. How many Tempest one-shot a Corruptor? How many Archon shots one-shot a Corruptor? Okay. Not that we care. Archon's terrible. Terrible. Forced to build Archons? What do Archons even do? Bonus damage to biological? How much biological could there be? I do like how Hero, like, they nerf Storm. He's like, well, then I'll just build Archon. Okay, in case it wasn't coming across clearly enough, the fact that High Templar can feedback or Storm, run out of energy, and make Archons, which are one of the best units against Zerg in the whole game, while Infestors just sit there. Now, it's not a one-to-one, but the idea that the Infestor is going to somehow be a saving grace is hilarious in a practical scenario. There's only damage against light/armor? No. Archons do bonus against biological. Also, there's a bunch of other tags, but... Which means Archons do, like, almost 50% more damage against all Zerg. In fact, wow, do they one-shot Lings? I mean, not the whole splash. Maybe the whole splash? If they have the upgrades as well. Lings have 35 HP, as do Banelings. Now, after speed. Yeah, Archons are just ridiculous. Also, it was less than a year ago that I was so convinced that 3 EMPs wiped out an Archon, and I was arguing with chat, like, Archons have 300 shields, so 3 EMPs. No, they have 350 shields. Which is why Hero is storming his own Archons and not giving a fuck, because it's less than 1/3 the effective HP of the Archon. And if you're hitting the enemy as well. I do feel like Hero is very much the bell curve Protoss. I think we always have graphics ready. Okay. This was during the Void Ray meta, but... Also, I mean, sometimes Hero as well. He still randomly opens up Void Ray sometimes. Barely does anything with it. Make Zerg fun again. Imagine Toss without Archons, it would be impossible to win any PvZ. With all due respect, that's the fucking stupidest thing I've ever heard. No respect was due, alright? Today. Alright, not today even. Like, maybe this hour. I'm not gonna go that. It's not the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It's very stupid, though. But, I'm pulling back on that a bit.
A new subscriber has been acquired.
Thank you, sir. No. No barcodes. Given the Archon... Yeah, whatever happened to that cinematic ability? It's not even in the campaign where they can just grab the face of an Ultra, and I don't know what happened then. But it just disappeared. Feels like maybe they just ran out of CGI budget, and we're like... Zoop. I don't... No, it's Blizzard. They don't run out of budget if they want to. That's dumb. Well, I know barcodes. All right, it's today. It's time for today's barcode conversation. All right, there are 2 points to be made. One, okay, I'm Microangelo, right? At least right now, I'm Microangelo, and I'm Microangelo. So barcode loads in. That guy, his actual name, Fuckboy. All right. So barcode loads in, looking like barcode, which is, to be clear, a series of like capital I's or lowercase L's that look like a barcode. That's why it's called that. I don't know if it's Fuckboy or the guy I played 2 games ago, Billy Bob. All right, because Fuckboy went for a proxy Rex, but Billy Bob went for a 1 Rex expand. So Fuckboy knows it's Microangelo, which gives him a competitive advantage. Like in a series, imagine if you knew you were. Now, Cyril's not a good example, but imagine if you knew it was Beyond, but Beyond didn't know it was Hero. Don't know if that would help, because Hero's never a good example of anything in general, but it's a competitive advantage to Fuckboy, because I can't know if I'm playing against Fuckboy or Billy Bob, and he knows he's playing against Microangelo. The second thing is, people who are anonymous on the internet, especially in competitive multiplayer games, which is the point of barcode, aren't always stream-friendly with their commentary. That is usually the secondary point until it very much isn't. So, we're just killing both those birds. So give Fuckboy a free win? Yep. Also, a significant amount of them are, I don't play mirror matchups, I just leave them. So I'm actually way higher MMR. It's a wide array of things, but I'm not here to fight a crusade. I'm here to avoid it. Fuckboy gets 2 free wins, unless he can beat me to the punch here. He can't. Too slow. Really? He didn't fight another game? Now, I think there's a legitimate reason for playing barcode. And if I wasn't streaming, if for some reason I was actually playing this game for funsies, I know, crazy, I would definitely not be as adamantly against it. But this is fucking mid-masters on NA. Who are you hiding from? Like, so, at the very top level, like Cyril, there's no point, because who's the only Zerg in the world over 7k MMR? But for, say, Showtime, who we're throwing under the bus, or Lambo, like players who are really good, but may need an edge in order to take on players who are usually better, I could definitely see why they might want to play on a barcode and have some semblance of anonymity, because 95% of practice is the ladder for most players. And the people they'll play in tournaments are probably playing against. So, like, at 6,000 plus MMR, okay, makes sense. There's literally just a few dozen people you can play against, and you don't want them to know exactly which one it is. But 4,500 MMR on NA? Any MMR on NA? Come on. It's not like playing under an alias. It's literally playing under a barcode to be lost in the sea of barcodes. It might be like, you can see their MMR, but the idea is there's enough of them. I don't think on NA, but on the other servers that are within a certain range that it still works. Like, there's probably 10 barcodes between 55 and 5,700 on Korea, for example. Can we map which is which by looking at L's and I's? You can't look at it when you're loading into the game, which is the relevant point. You can maybe figure it out after, but the entire point is you can hit them again tomorrow and you don't know it's them. Yeah, maybe I could figure out it's fuckboy after the fact, but the fuck you doing? Why do you have a probe in here so early? I don't like where this is going. Okay. He's just doing a normal build, but he scouted off a pylon, which is inherently suspicious. What do you have to hide that you need to find out all this info so quickly? Hmm? Now we play Where's the Second Pylon? Which is probably the most important game in Protoss versus Protoss.
Probes under attack. Gas.
Suspiciously absent. So unless he's hero or just really bad. A hero keep. Well, you can't just ignore hero. He makes it impossible. Yeah, there's a pylon out there somewhere. The question is, what flavor? I think it's a Stargate. No, that's not the second pylon though. That's a fake, I think. There it is. Alright.
Cannot warp there.
He's forgetting.
Under attack.
You require my skills. Very well.
That's enough of that. He's locked in or out. Take your pick. Surprised it wasn't a Stargate. But classic Protoss. Not classic. Classic doesn't play like that. That's why he loses a lot of PvP. Still better than most, but Hero's wild card. We're back to Hero. 2 sentences to Hero. Hero's wild card nature makes him absolutely deadly, both to himself and others, especially in PvP. Does that strategy ever work at a reasonably high level? Sounded very obvious. Well, so he didn't have a second pylon in his base. You can't do your build without having a second pylon. So some players at the highest level will just put their second pylon in a random spot to get that exact response of like, what the fuck, where's the pylon? You've seen Hero do that. 3 sentences? But, he just didn't have it, and he put it in a super obvious location, so. Also, he didn't start building out of his gateways immediately. That's why I thought it was a Stargate. Because usually if you go for tech, like he had 2 gases, and he didn't start building out his gates the second it finished, or like within a few seconds, it usually means you're saving up for something. It's reading into it a lot at this level, but, like, it's not hard to count to 2. How early? No, he should have just built a second pylon in his base, in my opinion. You'll be a little bit behind on the proxy, but I'll be a lot less convinced he's doing any shenanigans. Like, yes, it won't be it'll be like 8 seconds slower if you have to build another pylon, but it makes it much less obvious there's something out there. Also, you'll eventually need to build it anyways, so...
More minerals required.
Oh yeah, the pylon scout. I had forgotten about that. But he already put me in the mind of, someone who was up to shenanigans, so...
Not enough minerals.
Pylon scout doesn't tell me what you're trying to figure out what I'm doing. It tells me, what are you hiding? That's what it says to me. Like, what are you trying to figure out right now? Why?
We cannot warp there.
Why are you thinking so hard? This is Protoss versus Protoss. Speaking of pylon scouts.
Cannot warp there.
Now we start counting. All right, I see 1. That's 2. A little late, but... And he has a bunch of chrono saved up on that Nexus, which could just be an accident, could be intentional. A little suspicious. Now we see what he does with the chrono. All right, so many steps, right? Like, you're crazy. It's like 3 steps. Yeah, that's a lot of steps. Warp gate. Don't disrespect. Important to get your steps in.
I am the void.
Now we see if I'm gonna regret this.
Not enough.
He has not moved out at all.
More minerals.
Suspicious in and of itself.
State thy bidding. Mineral quantity insufficient.
Does he have a sentry?
Not enough minerals.
Or dips? There's the hallucinated phoenix. Ooh. Nobody needs to know. I may or may not have walled myself in with a shield battery. But now he's very scared, right? Like that's the... My sentries are walking across the map. I thought it would be Adept sneaking in, but he just didn't have anything.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
How can I aid you? Our fates are one. We meet our fate.
Must be placed in.
The enemy has discovered us.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. I was like, what's he holding on to that Croto for? And he's like, for safekeeping. Yeah. Maybe don't think too hard. I'm over here trying to read into it when he can't read at all. The past two people are not at your level. They're Protoss players. Like, PvP also, every mirror matchup is like that, but PvP is the most pronounced, where if you have, like, one or two units late out of position, or just, you know, unlucky, you lose. Like, that's just how it is. That's part of why, one, the games are over so quick, and two, it's the least favorite of people to watch. Like, even the nuance of it, half the time it's genius, and half the time it's not. More than any other even mirror matchup, it's impossible to account for everything with any sort of strat. You have to, there's always an element of luck on whether you're gonna scout exactly where you need to. You can cover most of it, but you're never gonna get all of it. That's historically why many top Protoss struggled to actually, like, have good tournament performances, was not because they were struggling even against, like, Cyril. They were struggling against the half a tournament of other Protoss that sometimes just pulled over wins on them. Like,
More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient.
I don't think that's as true. I think energy recharge helped a bit in decreasing the volatility, just in every matchup, including PvP. But still, not as much as the.
Insufficient Vespine gas. Additional Vespine gas required.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Probes under attack.
Thank you.
We are.
That was the.
Najakar. Yes, Executor.
Yeah.
Give us your command. Glory to the Daylong. Faith or fear. Let none be heard. Give us
More minerals required. Mineral quantity not.
Oracle perceived.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
You seek guidance? An omen.
More minerals. Not enough minerals.
An error.
Research completed.
Our fates are one.
the firstborn shall persevere.
Dimensional.
That's fine.
Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
I see.
Glorious combat is upon us.
I am here.
Nods of tide.
Do we not get the forge?
Not enough minerals. Cannot warp there.
Iron.
We're gonna. I choose this timing. Why? Because it's. I don't know. Because it feels good. This is my timing.
More minerals required.
think it was worth it.
Additional pylons required.
Whatever he was trying to do clearly isn't happening anymore. What are you gonna do? Attack? Get some nice little cozy Templar over here. He may have mutas. Get a lot of gas.
An omen.
Army upgraded.
It is destined. How can I aid?
Mineral cluster expended.
Alright.
Strings.
Enemy assaulted. Probe research completed. New technology. Insufficient Vespine gas. Inadequate supply. Pylon cannot move. Must be placed in power field.
I see.
Mineral field depleted. I return. More minerals required.
An Aerodine Rashagar. The threat.
That's crazy.
Additional Vespine gas required. Cannot warp there. Mineral quantity insufficient. We embrace upgrade. Not enough minerals. I return to serve. We are the... We shall cannot warp there. Cannot warp there. Cannot warp there. Insufficient energy. Command me. I'll return to serve. Assaulting probes. More minerals required. We are blades under assault.
We specialize in one.
Cannot work their probes under attack.
I like what I am.
The enemy has discovered us.
Pylon under assault.
Direct.
Cannot warp mineral cluster. Cannot warp.
We embrace the glory of battles complete. I like what I am.
Mineral field exhaust.
I return to serve.
Additional pylons.
Assault data block. I like what I am. In unity.
Must construct additional pylons. Mineral quantity insufficient. Additional pylons required.
Ugh.
Not enough minerals.
Adam. I return to serve.
The fuck?
Cannot warp there.
My
Let
Must be placed in power field. Cannot warp there.
We are the light of the column.
No, not possible. Supply.
Assault data block.
No, not cannot warp there. Pylon under assault. Vespine Geyser exhausted.
justice.
Pylon under assault. Placed in power
Storm.
mineral field depleted.
Avenge my charge. Assault data block.
No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Pylon under assault.
We embrace the glory of battle. Un orkai.
Vespine Geyser depleted. Upgrade completed.
We
Must be played. Cannot warp. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Mineral cluster expanded. Nexus point under attack. All integrity failing. Not possible. Exhausted.
The threads of fate lie
Mineral
bare.
field depleted. Mineral cluster expended.
It was dangerous before I had 74 storms.
Upgrade.
But then, you know,
I return to
it was a little less dangerous after that. I mean, Storm was buffed against lurkers as well. That now does more damage over. So you're like, well, you can just move out of it. But is anyone below the Cyril level reliably microing their lurkers out of a storm that is like a third of a ramp? As soon as you start burrowing them, you can cast the storm. It feels over so early, but it gets dragged out. There was, so the best chance, and what usually gets me, which is rare at that stage, but it's the YOLO, I have 20 lurkers and 20 hydras, go right up the center. And it almost got me, well, I already had way too much by that point. But I'm just going to slap my lurkers down and hope for the best. The thing is, what Zerg's hoping for isn't that the lurkers win. It's that the lurkers win because you don't have any detection because you fucked it up. That is when it wins. When you F2 a move and the oracles fly over the hydras and the observers aren't there in time, that's when that wins. It isn't reliant on winning the fight. It's reliant on making sure there isn't a fight because you don't have detection. Like, what are your tips for players learning how to macro? There's almost literally no situation in which you need to stop building workers before 75. That's the simplest one. And that doesn't mean queue up a bunch of workers, but reliably building workers out of multiple bases, ideally at least 3, in the first 7 minutes or so, will give you more money than you know what to do with for most players starting out. That is a common theme in player studies, just not realizing how much they get distracted doing, you know, gestures at anything. Usually microing one battle cruiser, which is the least micro-intensive unit in the game. But I digress. I think it's time. That was a good, solid, painful for my opponent's game, but he can terrorize the 2v2s. What if all you do is all in at 30-ish workers? Well, that's not going to help you learn how to macro. How big is Cyril's MMR? Huge. Huge. Alright, you can't even... Like, Cyril's MMR is so much huger than mine. Like, his MMR is like comparing mine to literally a gold player. go up 2,500 to the hugeness of Cyril's MMR at 7K. Though he played against a few Protoss and lost, and it dropped under 7K. But I digress. That's 2,500 higher. 2,500 below me at 45 is 2,000, which might actually be silver. So... Then we need to get the ball pit out. Now, it doesn't exactly work like that, the exponential curve, but I think, well, historically when I've played, a lot of people are like, wow, you seem really good. Could you take on... A lot of players watch the pros and just miss half of it, whereas they can keep up with me, and it seems very fast. See, the real skill for me is knowing how slow I am in comparison, because I can keep up with them. I just can't do it. I can't keep up in game. I can actually tell what's going on most of the time. But it takes an effort. All right, there goes barcode. That might actually be a buff to the enemy, though. Because in 2v2, in fact, I could... What? Oh, okay, well... Alright, 1v1. I guess we're playing 1v1. Off we go. My teammate left as well.
SCV ready.
Must construct additional pylons.
I managed to fuck up my wall just by having a Terran on my team. I mean, by being the Terran. Absolutely nailed it. Incredible. Why am I walling like this? I could build depots. It's just reflex.
SCV ready.
Must be placed.
What's it gonna be? The real play is... Oh wait, he's Zerg? He canceled something. He doesn't have a pool? Wait, no, that's his teammate. He's just gonna go all of the gates. Alright. Like a 6 gate. Okay. Well, off we go. I'm actually gonna get sentries.
Command center.
Additional pylon. Enemy assaulting probes.
SCV ready.
Oh my god, get out of the way, bro.
Good job, huh?
Here we go.
Probes under attack. Assaulting probes.
What's going on?
Mm-hmm.
We meet our fate. The stars align.
SCV ready.
I should probably just get a supply depot wall so he doesn't get any clever ideas about adepts. What's he doing? I mean, if it goes DTs, I can just scan. That's a lot of stalkers. I do have the shield batteries. Is it gonna be enough? He's just warping it more. How did this just end up being a normal PvP?
Shall persevere.
Cannot warp
I-
I return to serve. In the rear with the gear.
It's like, if I get that immortal, I may just win the game. No, I don't think so. Oh yeah, I could have repaired my units with SCVs. You don't think of that because Protoss is too fucking incompetent to figure it out themselves. Well, that happened. I made that way more complicated than I need to be. I like how... Why did my teammate leave? I don't understand. What a mess. People quitting on 2v2? I'd rather they just quit at the beginning though, because you get their income and you can build their, like, honestly, it'd be kind of cool to have it be completely imbalanced, but, and there's a reason why it's banned in tournaments, obviously, but getting their income from the start is a real, in fact, in my opinion, it's just straight up broken. Like, there are so many builds you can do that are just unstoppable by two individual players. You don't have to have, like, you can just go 4 gas into Mass Stargate Phoenix, I sort. It's broken. It's super broken. But when both sides do it, you know, maybe he didn't say anything. If my teammate had said, all right, let's make it fair, and that would have been a big brain move. But he just left. And I don't think the indicator was, oh, now you got a better chance of facing him. It didn't. He just, I don't even know. Do you have a link to the music mix? Crab Champions. Great game as well, by the way. Unironic. Yeah, it literally Crab Champions. From the artist who brought you Crab Rave. He made his own game, and it's amazing. It's an action roguelite with the Crab Champion soundtrack. Where you play as a crab, looking to become the champion. I don't know what you expect. I should go back and at least play through for a day or two. It's been a while. I know, I played it when it first came out. I know he's updated it a bunch too. There's definitely another one of those, like, 1 or 2 day. I'm on Ball Pit right now, which maybe if the queue times continue like this, we'll bring up. But well, I planned on playing it after I figured it out. All right, I got the SimCity. You know what? You see, heard I was talking shit. I alt-tabbed to Steam immediately. Wow. All right, well, that's how you get a game. Literally as I was alt-tabbing. Game found. Be the best 2 units in one race. From all races in one comp. Probably Marines and Medivacs. Blanc. I mean, he is noob. That is the most Protoss. Is that John Protoss right there? I thought he was gonna wall off the front, so I went for the side. But then he just fucked off. Alright. Okay. What do they got? They have Zerg Protoss, so it could work. Also, that's the same Protoss I just played. Also, why do I have ally color as purple? Yeah, I can't see it on the minimap at all. Wasn't really relevant last game. He's gonna go for the double. No, no, you can't afford. No, don't. Are you searching for their cannons or something? What are you doing? I don't know. You know what? Look at the decoy pylons here. Look at this guy. This is the only pylon that doesn't matter. What a professional. Wow.
Allied forces in
The only pylon that really...
Allied space under assault.
He gave him one to chew on. But that was not the cannon you need to worry about. That's strategical genius over here.
Inadequate supply.
I guess I'm gonna set up something resembling a wall on this side. And I mean, they could just get stalkers is the real issue with the long-term cannon rushes. But you know what? Let them cook. Why would Protoss know how to cook? Haven't you played Iron Chef? The documentary?
Allied space under assault.
Oh, they also have cannons. Which is certainly one way of dealing with it. Not the best way, in my opinion, but here we are. Can you wall that off with just... Get carried. Wow. Some people say they cannot. I am noob says he can. I fear facing him. I'm probably gonna get him in the next game, and you know he's gonna do it again. The double cannon. Private Matt the Hungry. 5 kills. The only thing to get kills in the game. Do I need to alt-tab to Steam again? Alright. We made it. Gotta get my ball pit out. If it goes over 2 minutes, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, I've got to go upload. I desynced my Steam Deck. Did I turn the power off without leaving the game again? Does anyone? I'm clearly the only one who does that with the Steam Deck, right? Forgetting that pressing the power button doesn't leave the game. Just you, Grandpa. So it's probably running right now. Well, effectively. I'm gonna have so many out. Oh, well, if the power's off, I don't think it counts, but I may have rage quit. Well, we're just gonna throw a replay up here for a moment. Well, I totally don't. Let's see. Would you like PvP or the other matchup? PvT. We're gonna break it down. As we see, PvP. Ah, yes, the TLMC. More acronyms. Let's see. Okay, so this is... I think Zhaun versus Spirit is a much more realistic interpretation of how TVP is going to be played. Like, Spirit is... I put this in the kindest possible terms. A filthy turtle Terran. But he doesn't have to be. That's why it's so dangerous. But he just chooses to be. Like, they're turtle Terrans who that's their personality. And there's no either diagnosing or changing that. But Spirit is an expert at making Terran really fucking annoying to deal with. So... like, in the most painful way. Like, Winter, is this just cover for you turning on your Steam Deck and making sure it syncs so you can play Ball Pit while waiting in queue? To which I say,
me to the Daylong.
I'm here in the shadows.
Resubscription confirmed. Automatically reload. Thanks.
Research complete.
I'm here in the shadows. I'm here in the shadows.
Engaging the enemy.
I'm here in the shadows. I'm here. I'm here in the shadows. I'm here in the shadows. Let our enemy know our fury.
What in the... Disgusting.
Here in the shadows.
Research. My life for hire. My life for hire.
So, I saw Liberator and I saw Mines. But, is there a third? If there's not a third, let's get the... Yeah, there's no third on the low ground, so... That means as long as you don't lose all your stalkers, there should be enough time... Oh. Or you lose all your probes. Take your pick. Ooh. Oh my, on the high ground. Meanwhile, that little spot without vision. Oh my. Pretty disgusting. Alright, using all the advantages. Storm on the way. +1. Getting the third. I think a lot of Protoss are trying to figure out when to actually go for Colossi. Like, at some point the ghosts don't die. Like, they get 8-10 ghosts, and with the reduced cast range, Storm is not going to be enough. But then players go Colossi, and it feels like they just keel over instantaneously. But we'll see if Xiao has a different take on it. What? I mean... That's a long cooldown to use on 3 zealots. I'm sure they're proud, though.
We embrace the glory of battle.
Observer following the medevacs. He's got... Okay, he's got storms in the prism. Well done. Interesting, he puts his next eye on 1. I mean, it's not the most rare thing, but honestly, I don't think most players do. But there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just pointing at it. It's just how my voice sounds. Unless I am pointing, unless it is supposed to be disparaging, in which case, well. There's the Robo Bay, right as he's pushing in, because now it's 4 bases to 3, if he's done his job right. And this is when the Terran is almost impossible to break with just Templar now. But you're going to the next time. This seems like the right time. But look at the worker count. That's what is a bit misleading here. Oh, wow. Well, how's that storm? Sometimes we ask... Okay, so... Winter. When you say... When people are like, Protoss doesn't win tournaments. And, like, Cyril keeps witty and Clem. Zhao just stormed the middle of the area blindly, flew his warp prism into a widow mine, it died, losing half the Templar, ran through his own storm, and now is chrono boosting his robo to try to get Colossi in a panic, but his robo bay isn't done. What I'm trying to say is, this was a series of completely he could have just sat back and waited for Spirit to try to move out. Like, keep vision of the left side, build up, and Spirit's way behind. Okay, not way behind, but behind. But he just gifted him 20 supply, a warp prism, and there's no follow-up that isn't already countered by Ghost. This was a blunder. It was not a mistake. It was a blunder here. He fumbled it at the 5-yard line. I don't even dislike the idea going for the attack. You know, this is a replay. I can go back. Let's see. What is he? So here's what's up on the high ground. Of course he's there. But here's Zion. Literally, he has the high ground. There is no vision of the army at all. He is blindly going into the high ground. And then sees it. He sees this, and I think he's thinking, what a juicy storm opportunity. And you could point to these sort of scenarios and be like, the old storm would have been great. Yeah. Well, should it have been? I'm not convinced on that either. Oh, it wasn't even a widow mine. He just gets targeted because he's coming in from this side. He gets one storm. which the zealots immediately run through, and then try to run back. After, like, you can't do that. You can't do this. You can't do that. Can't be doing that. I do love the chrono on the robo, and then the pan over to the robo bay, like. He even has it selected. All right, he clearly is trying to build Colossi. Let's see if he picks anything out. Nope, and then he pans to the robo bay and selects it. Totally worth it. Except now he doesn't have the gas to build a Colossus. Is the problem. This is a scenario that Jean did not need to be here at all. He should be up 20 supply and storming Spirit the moment he steps out of his base. What a disaster. Somebody's watching Hero too closely. It's like looking at the sun. Alright. I saw that game where Hero lost 6 War Prisms and still won. It's like, that was not aspirational. Alright. Finally.
Mineral field depleted. My light for ice.
Yeah, Zealots are great when you have the economy. That is part of the reason I am convinced, like, that's part of why Protoss is so difficult to balance in the late game, is because charge lots, pound for pound, are one of the most difficult units to deal with without paying a disproportionate amount of attention. Okay, Jean. So this is another scenario that could potentially be disastrous. Yes, I'm criticizing, like, the 4th best Protoss player in the world. But he knows... Well, he doesn't know where the army is. He knows there's 2 medevacs here. He's got his entire army, without Colossi, I might add, in the middle of the field. And he does not have enough at home to defend against a solid drop. He runs the severe risk of losing a bunch to the drop and losing the army without really knowing... Like, it might work out, but, why? Why are we base trading? A recall? I mean, who could have expected this? Well, he's lucky he didn't lose a base.
Mineral field. Shadow. Mineral field depleted.
Okay. Spirit has managed to keep up on those upgrades. There's 4 bases to like 4.5. Now this is the part of the game that neither side is really comfortable with, unless it's, well, even Clem and Beyond, where the armies are nearly maxed in 1 storm or a couple EMPs. It's just so hard. This is why PvT devolves into a base trade so often, is because neither side can reliably fight into a prepared army. Demonstration there. So... I think partially both of them are figuring out the map, because this is a map contest thing. I like that storm. We're looking at his camera right now. He stormed like the top edge of the screen without even looking at it. I mean, he did lose the Nexus, so that wasn't great. But he's maxed out, so he can't warp it. Gonna lose +3. Oh no, he's the panic. Oh, the entire army's coming back. Oh, what a fucking disaster. The comedic timing's on point, though.
Mineral, your probes are under attack.
So Xiao's making 3 Nexi. Spirit is trying to figure out how to kill him. And if he doesn't do it quickly enough, then he could find the terrible fight. I get the music playlist, the Crab Champion soundtrack. Go download Crab. It's like $5 on Steam. I don't actually know how much it is, but it can't be much more than that. Dark Shrine. I don't think Tempests are supply efficient enough in this matchup. Even if you're up against the Liberators. Unless it's literally just mass Liberator.
Base is under attack.
How many gates?
Is under
10?
attack.
Not enough! Are we base trading? Here we go. Here we go again! Nobody wants to fight these armies, so... Another storm. That is like maximum day. He's literally bathing in it. Wow, that was max damage storm. So this is what happened. This is TVP below, like, even during the very top level. The armies get so dangerous, nobody wants to fight. So we go round in circles with the base trade, which, in my opinion, does not make for great entertainment value. Because it just feels like everybody's flopping around and then somebody wins. And in this case, that's pretty clear.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
Yeah.
Embrace the glory of battle. Vespine Geyser exhausted.
You need vision. He needs vision to the north. The map is dark and full of Terrans. He has the observer on the main army. There's gonna be another drop up there. Or a liberator or something.
Depleted.
He's trying disruptors now, but it feels like desperation. Why are all the Vikings here? The fuck? My god, the flailing camera! Oh. So disruptors don't one-shot ghosts anymore. So you need some damage to follow it up? Okay, well they two-shot. I guess another disruptor shot does count as a follow-up. Here we go, base trading again. Nuclear launch detected. Excuse me. Oh my god. What a clusterfuck. Did that nuke? Oh my god, it landed. He did not hear it at all. He didn't even look. Is this this may be one of the only games I've seen all year where a single nuke actually makes the difference. Because Xiao went from holding this pretty strong, like surprisingly so, though, to losing another 20 probes to a nuke. Wow. Oh, the ghost. What a game. What a clown fiesta. The Vikings on the ground. 5. So, I don't know, did Ghost get buffed or nerfed? Spirit is making 5 at a time as his only... What is this? Scouting disruptor. He had a choice of what units to build, and he chose 5 ghosts. Is he gonna do a disruptor drop? John's point of view really changes my perspective. Yeah, this is not... Now, this is Europe versus Korea. So, to give him some benefit of the doubt, this is Europe versus Korea. I don't know how they handle it, but some tournaments go back and forth. If he's playing on Europe, he has like 200-something ping. It's not fun to point out. Doesn't make for good viewing. But, like, some tournaments will just play on NA, where both players have like 120. But, yeah. It does feel like he has a bit. Like, yes, he's a wild card player, but he usually doesn't make quite this level of kind of clear mistakes. I do think it factors in, and there's nothing to be done about it. Oh, surprise. Oh, God. The disruptor shot landing and killing nothing. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. The snipes. That cast range on Storm definitely having an effect. Okay, so how does this go? Is there any splash damage? Yeah, that was him scrambling like, wait a second, do I have any fucking Templar? Oh, fuck. That scramble right there where he desperately looked for his Templar and did not find any. But by that point, it was already committed. Oh, no. What a disaster piece. This all happened because Zhao decided to blindly attack up the high ground into Ghosts. I'm quite convinced if he just sits back and denies a fourth base, eventually Spirit just doesn't have anything. But that one mistake has now led him to this point where we're base trading again, but with way worse units. Yeah, he's dead. Ooh, what a mess. God, the scrambles too. I think he uses edge scrolling more than most players I've seen. Like, I'm gonna go... So he's about to lose in 20 seconds. But I'm gonna go to Spirit's cam and see if it's notably different. Let's go back to that big fight. See how he handles it. Because Zhao was just freaking out all around. It already feels less chaotic. Like, I think he's using drag scroll instead of edge scroll for his army. Like, you can see the camera kind of moving from the center rather than kind of bouncing off the sides. Which... I've tried to get in that habit as well. Edge scrolling feels like, because you have to move your mouse to the edge and then back to your army, which obviously you don't want to do. As that brings you away. All right, it's fighting time. He's just staring at the edge, I think. Like, are there Templar? Are there Templar? No? Fine. I've seen any camera hotkeys? Oh, they're using camera hotkeys. It's just past a certain point. Most players just have them on the bases. And past a certain point, it's less relevant, but like there. As Terran, once you get all your production up, you don't really need to go back to your base unless things have gone wrong. Like that. You see him scrolling through, just trying to figure out what else he can do back at home. He knows he's winning. He just doesn't want it to go sideways.
Ready for dust off.
Base is under
Wow. Yeah. Zhao is
All
hectic.
SCVs are under attack.
Absolute, like, yeah, I felt anxiety, and I'm used to it, but I felt anxiety watching Zhao's camera. Like, even when he was doing 5.
All SCVs are under attack.
I'm gonna go back for a sec. Obviously, he's in a troublesome spot now, so it's extra panicky, but...
I'm here in the shadows.
Yeah. My god.
Your warriors have engaged the enemy.
So that is kind of the tax on Protoss as well, is you have to be looking at where you're warping in. You can't warp in with the mini-map. You can't queue production from, well, unless you do just gateway production. That is kind of part of it that is really a non-factor, but does contribute. You have to warp in on the screen, whereas Terran production is just queuing it, right? Like... Ooh, that was a bit of a disaster piece right there. And then they played another game, which was slightly longer. Oh my. Another 23-minute game. Yeah. Can't read into that one too much. Don't attack up a high ground blindly into ghosts. That's my pro tip, my takeaway. If you want more pro tips, make sure to like and subscribe. And I'll dispense them. We've got other wisdom. Like, don't stim 4 times in a row. Except they actually buffed, or the quality of life. Stim now has a cooldown of like half a second, so you can't spam it to death. Which is, I mean, not really an issue for most players, but occasionally there were noobs who were just spamming the button 4 times or something. That is an interesting choice, but was added with the new patch.
New subscriber
Thank you,
detected.
Chidera. I toss, and I have a camera hotkey on pylon like rapid injects. I have to hold and shift place the units. Yeah, I mean, warping in is not a huge tax on Protoss, and they don't have to do many of the things the other races do just to get their production going, so it's asymmetric, but it does contribute to the kind of hectic feeling nature. And I do feel so many Protoss, even at the top level, do not have
Your dedication will
their
be
base planned out.
rewarded.
Now, that was a map contest match, so I don't necessarily blame Zhao for not having his base mapped out on a map he may have played maybe for the first time there. Probably not, but like the 3rd time, but... Alright. Well, I got my ball pit set, which, you know, out of context is not ideal, but thank you for watching on the YouTubes. I do plan on streaming a little bit more, mostly to fill in because I have almost no Zerg games from the new patch because no Zergs are playing. Make Zerg fun again. We like winter. That can't be true. I'm just saying that to set up my argument here. But, oh no. No, we don't have time. Well, we do have time for this. I just don't want to. But I'm going to do it anyways. It's like, Winter, don't you sponsor the Monday Night Weeklies? That's a great question. Which, I'm so happy to sponsor all these beautiful players from both races. And really make sure they enjoy the game. And then we have the round robin of Clem, Hero, Max Packs, and then the 4th wheel, Beyond. Of course. Like weekly competitions, who cares? I care because that's like half my content, and there are only like 1 or 2 major competitions for the rest of the year, so it feels kind of relevant, but it's like, but the World Cup. Well, okay, so like Max Packs, at least Solar showed up. Max Pack Skillis, Hero Clem, Hero Shin, Classic Clem, Max Packs Classic. Hey, shout out to Shin for showing up though. Is there really 0 Zerg? So that's 0 Zerg who are like ranked in the top 100 pros. What happened here, Raynor? Explain this one. Raynor lost to Beyond and then forfeit against Skillis. It's like, fuck it. It just, I feel like that is what... How would one sign up? Anybody can sign up, technically. There are no, almost all the time, there are no restrictions. It's just... Literally, there's no... The chances of you winning are non-existent. So, there is that one time I saw someone cannon rush Dark when he had 0 APM for like 30 seconds a minute in. He was like on his phone or something. And he got successfully cannon rushed. And then he crushed the guy in like 4 minutes, 2 games in a row. But that was a pretty great one. All right, that might happen. I'm like... Because the cannons were in vision, but Dark had 0 APM. So you might get one of those games. If you're lucky. I'm like, he's all tabbed right now. He's like on his phone, 1 minute in the game. Like he's got his base set up. He's just looking at his phone. Like he's playing some Diamond Player. All right. But thank you for watching, YouTubes. I'm going to play some Ball Pit. If you don't know what that is, you can check it out on Twitch. I don't think it's the YouTube content we're looking for on this Winterstarcraft channel, but hopefully you enjoyed the stream. We tried to keep up the commentary, tried to keep a relatively even keel from the start, and you made it to the end, or you just showed up now. That's how live streams work, but either way, thank you for watching. Like, subscribe. I'll see you next time. I hope I made your day a little bit better. Stay chill.